还是听不到。嘿，嘿，一二，嘿，嘿，嘿，嘿嘿嘿，一二三，嘿，嘿嘿，一二，嘿嘿，嘿，嘿嘿，嘿，嘿嘿，一二，嘿，嘿嘿，嘿，嘿嘿，嘿，嘿，嘿嘿，
然后他的网站是哪一个？
嘿，
刚刚那个网站吗？刚刚你串的是
会议的 ID， 我们这边会议的 ID。没有声音。请问一下，我们会议的 ID 是多少？
会议的 ID 吗？
对，
不用 ID。
不用 ID 哦。
对。
嘿，嘿嘿，嘿嘿嘿嘿。
应该。他这个 mail 是，这个你不要让他按掉那个荧幕，让他。
嘿嘿嘿，
刚刚好像。
嘿嘿嘿，嘿嘿嘿。嘿，嘿嘿，对啊，我现在声音有给他。你的这一路是怎么过来的？嘿嘿。嘿，这是
啊，对不起。
嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿。我这边有收到声音呢。
你的那边有声音？对啊，我也看到他有声音啊。
对啊，他有在跳。嘿嘿嘿嘿。
没事，疏导，对不起。
对啊。
对啊，可是为什么没有出现？我要开吗？
还是它的自动降噪啊？
不可能，我关掉了、啊。你有办法帮我处理这边吗？我也要去看这
嘿
边。
嘿嘿嘿，还是你这边有 mute 掉啊？
我没有 mute 掉啊。
我试试看，你先忙那边好了。
对，
嘿
他先帮我试一下声音，我声音有过来啊。我过去那边
嘿
测试一下。
嘿嘿嘿，
我有看
对啊
到过来。
对啊，有过去啊，有过去，他听不到声音啊，
是线上听不到声音的。
线上听不到声音。
你听得到吗？你也听不到，对不对？
嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿。嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿。喂喂喂喂喂喂喂。前面有吗？
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you?
喂喂喂喂喂喂喂喂喂喂喂。嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿，喂喂嘿，这样可以了吗？ 喂，线上有声音吗？OK OK，嘿嘿嘿，
刚刚是这样。
看前面。
哦，他这边设定没调好，他这边设。
Test mic. Can you hear me?
Hey, 好，sounds good, sounds good. I think so. Hello.
workshop. In particular, general co-chairs Masayuki, Kaimin, and program co-chair Dakshita, and organizing members Fuyuki, Takashi, Seiya, Chell, Shinma, and Boeing. Thank you so much. This workshop is organized by NTT Social Informatics Laboratories and Academia Sinica. There has been significant interest in both post-quantum cryptography and cryptography that exploit the power of quantum information. This workshop aims to facilitate the exchange of ideas for quantum cryptography, discuss and share latest progress, and to encourage and attract researchers to work in quantum cryptography. In this workshop, we have 3 tutorial or invited talks and 10 contributed talks. Thanks to the great submissions and the program committee members, all talks are really exciting. Please enjoy the workshop. So the first talk will start at 9:05. Jeffrey is already there. Sorry, I didn't prepare any slide for this workshop of opening remarks. No slide. Okay, the first talk is an invited talk by Jeffrey Liu. Jeffrey is a PhD student at the University of Texas at Austin, supervised by Professor Scott Alonson. She is working on cryptography and quantum computing. In particular, she has many exciting results on unclonable cryptography and public key quantum money. Today, she is going to talk about the quantum copy protection and unclonable cryptography. So, Jeffrey, are you ready? No, we cannot hear. Wait a sec. We can hear your voice via Zoom, but we cannot hear at this conference room.
现在是有声音的吗？有，你等下给我看。
Yeah, we can hear you. Is it okay? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, the staff asked me to continue speaking, so
Okay.
I have to make some noise for you guys over Zoom before they can fix it. Okay. Little
Okay.
it's good now.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much. Sorry for the delay. So please start the talk, Jeffrey. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Can I share my screen now? Okay. Okay. So I believe you should be able to see my screen. Okay. So probably I have to slightly shorten the talk due to this technical issue, but we should be fine. So I'm Jia Hui. I'm a graduate student at University of Texas at Austin, and this talk will be on quantum copy protection and unclonable cryptography. And it's mainly based on these following two works. So as we know, probably the most famous cryptography task when we talk about quantum computers, we would think of is just breaking the mathematical assumptions used to build the security for modern day cryptography. So basically, in probably a general public's eyes, quantum computer is used for breaking cryptography. But on the other hand, as we go from classical information to quantum information, some of the properties of quantum information can also help us build cryptographic capabilities that are not achievable in the old classical world. So here are a few examples of cryptography protocols based on quantum information. For example, the BB84 quantum key distribution protocol, where the two parties can share a classical secret key by sending quantum information. And other examples include quantum money, which I will soon briefly talk about, and quantum position verification. And all these protocols, at least here, the security has a close relationship with a quantum mechanics principle called the no cloning principle. So the no cloning principle says that given one copy of arbitrary unknown quantum state, there's no procedure that you can turn it into two copies, same as the original one. And this is a general principle guaranteed by quantum mechanics, or say guaranteed by the mathematics behind. And so this property inspired this guy called Wisner, actually around many years, actually around I guess 50 years ago, that he brought up the idea of quantum money. So the idea is that we just encode a banknote into a quantum state, and the bank prepares this quantum state, gives it to a user, and the user the user can use the money state. The user can use the money state when it comes to the bank and say, okay, this is my money and can verify. Sorry, I was just hearing my echo. Okay, I think it's good now. It can go to the bank, and the bank can verify this banknote for him, and therefore can do some transactions with others. But what a malicious user is not supposed to do is that he cannot produce 2 copies when he's only given 1 copy of the money state, so that both of these copies would pass the verification. And to motivate our main topic today, let's take a detour on classical cryptography. So in modern classical cryptography, cryptographers care about copy protecting softwares and patents, of course. And how do they do it? They use tools such as obfuscation and watermarking. And obfuscation is a tool for scrambling a program. And when we receive a scrambled program, we can still run it correctly, but we cannot tell what the code is doing. And watermarking is a procedure that we embed a watermark into a function so that if someone tries to remove this watermark, it would break the functionality. But still, all these tools I mentioned, they merely consist of classical information, and classical information can always be copied. So the pirate can just take the whole obfuscated or watermark program and copy it and sell it to others. And these users, they don't really care. They say, okay, I don't care it's pirate or authentic. As long as it's cheap and usable, it's fine. So these procedures don't inherently prevent making copies. But looking forward, we will see that these classical cryptography tools are actually highly relevant when we try to realize a quantum version of the copy protection. So it comes to our main topic today, is that now we would like to leverage the unclonability of quantum information we just mentioned to achieve this goal of copy protection. So in 2009, Ericsson put forward this idea of quantum copy protection. So a software vendor wants to sell a piece of software program it made, and we can just view this program as simple as a classical function. And it doesn't want malicious users to pirate this function, of course. So what they do is that they need a copy protection algorithm that turns this classical function description into a quantum state that encodes the function. And it would give this function to a user. The user gets this state for the function. And what it can do is that it can run the function on any input for the input you can use for the original underlying function f, and it would get the same result as if just running the original program. And this state can also be used for many times, as long as the user follows the instructions and this underlying function is deterministic or pseudo-deterministic. But what we don't want is we require that any polynomial time adversary, any efficient adversary cannot turn this state that copy protects the original software f, turn it into 2 functions which may consist of a quantum state, a quantum circuit, or might just be a purely classical circuit. But it can be here, like without loss of generality, I just wrote them into quantum states. And these 2 quantum states can be used to compute the original function correctly. So that's a situation we don't want. Any efficient adversary should not be able to do that. And this is the security notion, even in a slightly informal way for the copy protection I just described. And we can take sorry, I think I just zoomed out. Let me screen share again. Okay. So let's take a brief look on a line of works on copy protection. So first, there's Ericsson 2009 scheme. When he put forward a notion, he also gave a first construction using a quantum oracle. And this is for all unlearnable functions. We will soon get to what these notions mean. And the rest is some of the works I will talk about today. As we build some new constructions for copy protection relative to, for example, a classical oracle, and which is also a general construction for all unlearnable functions. And there are a few works on a function called point function and its extension in the quantum random oracle model. And there is another work that I'm going to briefly talk about where we build copy protection for these cryptography functions under some cryptographic assumptions. So let's start with the very first scheme. So in 2009, after Ericsson put forward the notion for copy protection, he also gave the first construction using a quantum oracle for all unlearnable functions. So what's an unlearnable function? Basically, for one sentence summary, unlearnable function is a function that cannot be learned from its input-output behavior. And more specifically, if you just imagine an adversary, firstly given access to this oracle that hides the function. When you query the oracle, it would reply back the computation on the input you want. And for quantum adversary, you can make quantum queries to the oracle. And after polynomial many queries, we ask the adversary to output like a circuit or a quantum state or anything. And this circuit that possibly comes with a quantum state, if it computes the function correctly, just as correctly with a large enough probability, we can see the adversary learns the function. And we can imagine that if a function is learnable in such a notion, it can never be copy protected. Because if we just give a copy protection program for the function, since we know that the function can the adversary can run the function for many times, it would just be able to learn the function as if it's like querying this oracle. So it would always learn the function and produce a program that computes the underlying function correctly. So that would violate the copy protection security we wanted in the first place. So we only care about unlearnable functions we only care about copy protecting unlearnable functions because those are the only meaningful ones to copy protect. But a drawback of Ericsson's scheme is that it uses something called a quantum oracle. And if you consider it from a slightly practical point of view, that it's very hard to implement. A quantum oracle can be viewed as a black box that hides a quantum circuit. So just as I mentioned, there is something called obfuscation in cryptography. And you can see that quantum oracle can be implemented by the strongest notion of obfuscation, and it has to be for quantum circuits. So basically, it is a kind of obfuscation that scrambles your code so badly. And when you run it, it's no different from just giving you access to an oracle. But such assumption is strong because up to now, we have no idea how to construct such obfuscation for any kind of quantum circuits. So its classical counterpart is, of course, called classical oracles. So it's slightly more practical because it's only for classical circuits. And it can be, and some of the circuits can indeed be obfuscated in such a strong way. Even for classical circuits, we can still use them, run them coherently once the adversary has enough quantum resources. So Ericsson, after like the construction, Ericsson asked the open questions, can we just use a classical oracle to build the copy protection? And that comes to the first part of our talk today, is that we answered this question with a yes. And I will just show on a high level how to construct a copy protection using classical oracles. So before going into our classical oracle construction, we'll take a high level view on Ericsson's quantum oracle construction. So this oracle basically takes in quantum state together with an input and it checks whether input is the correct state for some encoding corresponding to the function f. And the oracle just computes the function f if this is the correct state. Or it just say, okay, I'm rejecting your query because you are not using the correct quantum state, and I suspect you are not a valid user. So this is very simple. So basically, the oracle does everything. It checks the quantum state is just a token, and the oracle checks whether this token is valid, compute the result if it is, and reject otherwise. But such a verification procedure inside this oracle needs to be a quantum circuit because the state used in Ericsson scheme is hard random, and which we don't know how to check that in a classical way. And so are there some states that we can use to verify by only a classical oracle? So the starting idea is this subspace state put forward in this 2012 paper on public key quantum money by Ericsson and Cristiano. So a subspace state is a secret subspace chosen randomly by, for example, the vendor of the program, or in the quantum money case, it's chosen by the bank. So it has this subspace has exponentially many elements in it, but it's still exponentially small compared to the full space. So imagine the full space is like a lambda dimensional vector space over finite field of 2, and the subspace is just subspace inside it has dimension lambda over 2. And the state I described here is basically just a uniform superposition over all the elements in the subspace we choose. And it has the following properties. If we do a quantum Fourier transform to the state, it would go to its due subspace state, which is basically a superposition, uniform superposition of everything in the due subspace, a perp. And more importantly, it has the following security property, which is shown in a later paper by Bendiven and Satat. So it's that if I'm given, if I'm a efficient, like query efficient quantum adversary, I'm given one copy of the subspace state I just mentioned, and we have two oracles. So what are these oracles? These are something we call membership checking oracles. So basically, it's a classical circuit that says I input a vector, and it would check whether this vector is a non-zero vector in the subspace. So for example, here OA would tell me whether the input is a non-zero vector in A, and A perp would tell me whether it's a non-zero vector in A perp. And you can see that we can easily implement such a circuit with it's purely classical, and we give quantum query access to these oracles. And the theorem in this paper says that no polynomial query quantum algorithm can output two vectors, one in A and one in A perp, and they have to be non-zero. And this will be the security property we would rely on. So now we have the oracles we can work with. So how do we build a copy protection program? So the idea is secret sharing. So we can see that we now have two oracles. We want to take use of both of them. So the first oracle we construct is the follows. So we call it O1. So this is different from the previous oracle, which is just the membership checking. It's more complicated. It parses the input as two parts. So it takes the second part as a vector and checks whether it is in the subspace A. And then if it is in the subspace A, it computes a function, which is a random function on the first part of the input X. And then we go to the second oracle. The second oracle similarly also parses the input as two parts. It checks the second part whether it's in the due subspace A perp. If it is, it would output this computation, the same random function evaluated on X, but XORed with the actual function we want, f of X. So we can see that the functionality of computing f is split into two oracles, and you have to get a valid query from both of them in order to compute. Okay, here to evaluate the program. So what the user does is that the user is given one copy of the subspace state and given access to both of these oracles. So it first inputs the inputs x, which is the value it wants to evaluate on, together with the subspace state coherently onto the first oracle, and it would obtain the random function evaluation on x. And then it does a QFT to the state, put it into the second oracle together with x, and it gets the result of fx XORed with rx. And now it just XORed all the values it gets together, and it would get fx. And since all these evaluations are deterministic, and if the user just follows the instructions, it would always be able to repair the state after evaluation, after the measurement of the output register, and recovers it to almost the original state and use it for many times. And I will just briefly explain how security would work. So the idea is that if the adversary is given one copy of the copy protection program I just mentioned, and now it successfully produces two copies, F prime and F prime prime. So we can view both of these Pyro copies, F prime and F prime prime. They would have access to O1 and O2 because you can just view them as some classical code which the adversary can copy as many times as it wants. But the quantum part would potentially be different. So let's call them A1 and A prime and A prime prime. And in our proof would basically argue that if these two Pyro programs both compute the underlying function f correctly, then we can do either of the following things. So we can either extract two vectors, one in A and one in A perp, like respectively from the quantum parts of these two Pyro programs. Or if we cannot do this first thing, we just use one of the programs to violate the unlearnability of f. So basically it says that either these two Pyro programs are making some queries into the subspace of A and A perp, or if it is not, then the function itself basically already learns, the Pyro function already learns the underlying functionality, so we can just use it to break the unlearnability of f, which is something we assume for the first place. Okay, so now we have an oracle construction. So we would ask, okay, can we just, oracle is still too strong. As we mentioned, it's like a black box, but in real world, where do you see a black box? You always just see code and circuits. And so do we want to, can we implement our oracle directly with some cryptography tools and remove this remove this strong cryptography hammer? Unfortunately, we do have a barrier if we want to remove them directly. So this paper, which was a concurrent work as the previous result, it shows that using this post-quantum cryptography assumption called learning with errors, which is one of the well-studied lattice assumptions, and quantum fully homomorphic encryption, we can build a circuit that is unlearnable, but it can always be learned once you give the copy protection program to the adversary. So basically, this result exploits some ideas very similar to those classical results for classical impossibility results for obfuscation. That basically says when I only imagine everything as black box access, imagine the adversary having only black box access to the program, everything's fine. But as long as I give the real code to the adversary, it would be able to extract some non-trivial information from the code, which basically helps it learn the circuit inside. And so this does not contradict our oracle result because we cannot homomorphically evaluate our quantum or classical oracle, which is the technique used in this paper. Okay, but now in the face of this barrier, the next achievable directions we can say are twofold. So first, we can consider weaker but meaningful security notions for copy protection, which we can realize security more easily. And they are still meaningful for a lot of applications. And I will briefly mention this direction in the end. And the second direction is we don't relax the security requirement, but we consider smaller classes of functions to copy protect. So basically the impossibility result just says we cannot copy protect everything. If you just want to copy protect everything, there always exists a circuit that's not copy protectable, which contradicts your result that you want to copy protect everything. So we can, but it doesn't contradict the fact that if we just build a specific construction for specific circuits, so these circuits can be copy protectable. For example, cryptographic functions such as point function, pseudorandom functions, signatures, and a lot of other stuff. And in the rest of the talk, I will focus on the second direction. So in the second work, we had these constructions for copy protecting a signature scheme, but more specifically, it's only a one-time signature for the decryption keys in a public key encryption scheme and pseudorandom functions. And as we have just seen, these functions are only known copy protectable with classical oracles, because our previous result copy protects all unearnable functions, which include these functions here. And I will mostly just focus on signature token due to the restriction on time. So a signature token scheme is a special kind of one-time signature. So basically, it first generates a verification key and a secret key that are both classical information. And there's a Gen token algorithm that takes in this classical secret key description and outputs a quantum state. So I put this token inside the bracket to denote it's a quantum state. Then we have a signing algorithm. The signing algorithm takes in this quantum token and a message. For simplicity, I just say it's a 1-bit message. It would output a classical signature on the message. Then the verification algorithm takes in a public verification key, the message, and the claimed signature, and tells us whether it's a valid signature. And the security we want is that no efficient adversary, when it's given one copy of this quantum token, and of course access to the public verification key, can produce two valid signatures for respectively for different messages. And as we have seen, the property we discussed for subspace states is actually quite similar to what we wanted. So basically, it says that given one quantum state, oracle access to these membership checking oracles, which you can use to verify this quantum state, you cannot output two vector, one in A and the other in A perp. And basically, the Ben Davis and Satas paper in 2016 just used this property to build a first signature token scheme relative to these classical oracles. And they just use these two different different vectors to correspond to different signatures. So if you just want to assign a message 0, you would output a vector in A. Otherwise, you output a vector in A perp. But as I mentioned, the oracle, the scheme uses the oracle, which is basically the same as virtual black box obfuscation, and which has many impossibility results. We want to use something weaker to do the signature scheme. So instead we turn to some cryptographic tool called I/O, which is also a kind of obfuscation, but much weaker assumption, and also has a lot of candidate constructions. So the definition of I/O basically says that given two equivalent classical programs, and if you put them into the obfuscator, what comes out, you cannot distinguish. And this notion is widely believed to be constructible. There are even some post-quantum candidate constructions. And then it is used in, it is very useful in building many classical cryptography tools as well. So in order to use I/O, we found that we need to work with a slightly different state. So this is something we call subspace states. So basically, it can be viewed as a subspace state. Sorry, this is called coset state, and it can be viewed as a subspace state, but with random quantum one-time paths. So basically, we just take a subspace state, but we choose two random strings and add these random strings in the X and the Z basis to the state. And we now get a subspace state shifted by these two secret strings. Since we sort of have like a coset of the original subspace, we call it coset states. And regarding how to use the obfuscator we just talked about, indeed, we had some really promising result on removing the oracles. So in 2019, this Asiacrypt best paper by Jandre presents something called subspace hiding obfuscator. And it is built directly from I/O and injective one-way functions. And it's used to instantiate the quantum money scheme in the previous Everson Cristiano 2012 paper. So basically, it realizes such a quantum money security. Basically, if you are given one copy of the subspace state, together with these subspace hiding obfuscators to replace the subspace membership checking oracles, no polytime quantum algorithm can output two money states, which is two copies of the subspace states. But we can see that this is different from the property we want for signature tokens. For signature tokens, the adversary just has to output two classical vectors, one in A and the other in A perp. And so we could not directly use the subspace hiding obfuscator. And that is the reason why we turn to this coset state, which indeed it turns out it works. And the high level intuition why it works is that because we have the secret shifts and it makes it harder, makes the task of finding these two vectors harder. So for more details, please refer to our paper because it's a little hard to get into technical details and within this limited amount of time. So basically, with this coset state I just mentioned, which is quantum one-time padded subspace state by these two secret shifts, together with these modified membership checking programs built from I/O, we would able to show a property that says that an efficient quantum algorithm cannot output two vectors, one in the coset of the primal space and the other in the this coset of the dual subspace. And using this, we can directly and easily get signature tokens. So basically, to sign a message, you just measure your token in the basis 0 or 1. And to verify, you just say, okay, I'm verifying a message for 0. I just check whether it's in the coset A plus S using this program. Otherwise, I check whether it's in the dual coset. And the security just says, okay, following this theorem, one cannot sign two messages, one for 0, sign two signatures, one for 0 and the other for 1, when it is given only one quantum token. And another thing good about coset states is that they actually possess a stronger property which allows us to copy protect more functions. So using this property, we can obtain public key encryption scheme where the keys are quantum and it cannot be copied. And starting from this unclonable copy protection for public key for decryption key in a public key encryption scheme, we can gain very interesting copy protection for pseudo-random functions where you give out the evaluation program and this quantum key for a pseudo-random function. It's not supposed to output two programs that both compute correctly the original PRF. So now let's take a brief look again at this chart. So we firstly had quantum oracle construction for all unlearnable functions. Then we improved that to make it a classical oracle, because classical oracle is a weaker assumption and a more practical tool, whether you're speaking of how you use it in complexity theory or just considering implementing this oracle in practice. It's much more practical compared to quantum oracles. And we also have copy protecting these specific functions in the plane model, because in the plane model we cannot copy protect all unlearnable functions due to the impossibility result. And I will just briefly mention some more recent progress that we could achieve. So as you have seen that previously, I only talk about when the adversary is given one copy of the quantum copy protection program, it cannot turn it into two copies. But what the previous works cannot show is that if it is given arbitrary polynomial copies of the program, can it just generate one additional copies from it? And indeed, we could modify the previous constructions and using some new techniques for showing security to achieve this notion of collusion resistant. That is basically when you issue out polynomially many programs and all these users, they are malicious, they come together. And but even in that case, they cannot generate just one additional Pyro copies from the copies you already issue out. Finally, of course, there are many other interesting unclonable cryptography out there. So I would just mention a few as well as some recent works. The first is a secure software leasing and copy bit detection. So they are a weaker version of copy protection, which, as I just mentioned, this is the other direction in the face of the impossibility result. We explore these meaningful but easier to achieve cryptography notions for copy protection. So here the pirate can do anything it wants, but we assume that the evaluators are somewhat honest. It would say, I will follow the specific procedures to run these programs. For example, I will follow the instructions published by the vendor to run the program. And in this case, it would be easier to show security in some cases. And we can indeed achieve like cleaner results, and we can protect a lot of functions. But still, we still have the impossibility result in our face, and we wouldn't be able to achieve secure software leasing or copy detection for any unlearnable functions. And there's also some other unclonable primitives, such as unclonable encryption, which is like a dual version of the copy protection decryption keys I just mentioned. In their scheme, the quantum part is the ciphertext, and the key is classical. And there's also certified deletion, which which the adversary has to produce a certificate that says it destroyed the state that's previously sent to the adversary. And of course, we have quantum money, which is basically the starting point for all of these primitives in some sense. And there are some of the works. There are like a lot of works on this topic because it has been a topic over many years. So I just listed a few very recent ones. Basically, most of these schemes would like try to build quantum money from relatively standard post-quantum assumptions, specifically public key quantum money, which is quite challenging to build. And right now, the only thing we know is the previous construction by this paper, as I mentioned, using the subspace obfuscator, which is built from I/O, and even it's much weaker than the Oracle. It is still a relatively strong cryptography hammer, and some of the results in the paper I list here are partially broken or completely broken. What remains provably secure is this result from I/O. So and some of the other works, they they are also instantiated with oracles or some non-standard assumptions that yet need to be investigated more. So in general, it still remains wide open how to get public key quantum money from more standard assumptions, some assumptions weaker than IO. And in the end, we have a line of works that make some clonable cryptography protocols with only classical communication. Basically, you just ask the adversary to prepare the quantum state on its own without actually knowing what the state is like. And thank you. That's it for my talk. Any questions?
Thank you for the great talk. So if you have any
I can't hear, by the way, I can't hear the voice from the conference room.
Okay.
So
Give them a minute. Please.
oh, sorry.
Thank you for the great talk. Can you hear me?
Please give them a minute. I think they're working on some audio trouble.
Okay.
Oh, okay, no problem.
So does anyone have a question? Quick question? We are behind the schedule, so maybe if you have any quick question. Can you hear me? No? Can you hear me? No?
No, I can't hear anything from the conference venue. Now I can hear something.
Can you hear me? No?
Hi, test. Jiahui, can you hear me? Okay, let me test again. Oh.
啊？
要再测一下。
要先 skip 吗？
Should I? 再试一下。Hi, 佳慧 can you hear me now? Test again. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 佳慧 how about now? Can you okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. There's a little bit echo.
Test it again now.
Yeah. 你的喇叭。
Hi, test again. Let's echo.
Hi, I'm the chair of the next session. So we will have two talks in this session. And the first talk is Beating Classical Impossibility of Position Verification by Jiahui Liu, Qipeng Liu, and Lowen Chen. And I'm not sure who will give a talk. Probably Lowen will give a talk.
Classical impossibility of position verification. So this is joint work with Jiahui Liu, who was just talking, and Qipeng Liu. Okay, so without further ado, let me start by introducing what is a position verification. So the premise of position verification is that you have some verifier and a prover who wants to convince the verifier that he is at a certain position. So here we have a verifier, and the main technique that we are going to be using is called distance bounding. And the idea of distance bounding is that okay, so distance bounding is basically that the verifier is going to send a message and ask the prover to immediately respond to the message. And based on the timing constraint or the timing and the no faster than light communication principle, for example, if the prover responded within a certain time, then the verifier will be certain that the prover is within a certain radius from the verifier. So in order to get a better estimate of the prover, you can just do this for multiple verifiers at the same time and repeat this process. And at the end, you are able to triangulate the prover. So in this instance, the prover is located here. Okay, but unfortunately, there is also an attack for this kind of protocol. If you consider colluding adversaries, meaning that when you have multiple adversaries locating in different physical locations, and they collude together to try to convince the verifiers otherwise. So in this example, I put two adversaries, one on the left and the other on the right. So you can imagine that for a very simple protocol, this adversary would be able to convince these verifiers that there is someone in the middle, while in reality, both of them are located very far away from the real position that they are trying to convince the verifier. Okay, so let me quickly summarize what is known about position verification protocols. So this task is first formalized by the work of Chandran et al. In 2009, where they also unfortunately show that it is impossible for any classical protocol to achieve security against colluding adversaries. And at the same time, they also give a protocol that is secure against weaker adversaries like bounded storage adversaries. And on the flip side, once you enable the protocol design to take advantage of quantum mechanics, then it turns out that you can actually implement secure position verification protocols. And there has been a long line of works achieving constructing this kind of protocols. and some of them even have information theoretic security. But unfortunately, all of them use quantum communication, which is actually kind of undesirable, as I'll explain later. So, but first, let me talk about what we achieved in this work. So this work, we show that assuming the quantum hardness of learning with errors, or LWE, we show how to construct classically verifiable position verification against unentangled quantum adversaries. So by classically verifiable, I mean that these protocols have verifiers that are completely classical. And as a consequence, the protocol itself also only uses classical communication. A natural question is this the best we can hope for? And we show that actually this kind of object, namely classically verifiable position verification, implies the existence of an object called single prover proof of quantum. And therefore, in order to construct this kind of object, you have to have a quantum prover, and also you probably need to assume some computational assumption. So in a bit more detail, the high-level idea of our construction is that since we have seen that proof of quantumness is required for classically verifiable position verification, we look at the proof of quantumness protocol proposed by Brakersky et al. In 2018 and carefully adapt it into our position verification setting. There were some subtleties in the construction that I will not have time to go into. If you are interested, you can take a look at the paper. But the main idea or a main side product of our security proof is that we came out with this object called which we call computational non-local games for trapdoor clock-free functions, and we are able to prove that one such game has certain soundness against non-signaling provers. However, this taken as this only gives constant soundness for the protocol. So in order to get negligible soundness or negligible security, we need to do parallel repetition. And here the technique is inspired by parallel repetition developed in other settings around the use of PCF in these works. Okay. So we are also able to, while I only talked about unentangled adversary, you can also extend these constructions to entangled adversaries. And we gave constructions that are secure against entangled adversaries using some similar ideas. So the first protocol needs to, in addition, assume sub-exponential hardness of LWE. And with that, we are able to achieve bounded entanglement, security against adversaries with bounded entanglement. But if you want something more ideal, which is security against adversary with unbounded entanglement, then we show how to combine our protocol with Unruh's protocol to get this, albeit in the quantum random oracle model. Finally, to complement these results, we also show how to how to attack the first two protocols, so the protocols in the standard model, with entangled adversary sharing a large amount of entanglement. Okay, so now let me briefly talk about why classical communication is actually a big deal, or at least we think for position verification. And the reason is that if you think about the setting of position verification, it only makes sense to use wireless communication or free space communication as opposed to fiber or wired communication. And this has an inherent issue compared to wire communication, which is that this kind of communication has a very high loss. So, and this is not something that we came up. This is something that people in the field has already realized as early as 2015 by GNC where they noted that virtually all non-quantum position verification protocols break down if the loss rate is high enough, meaning that they either lose completeness or soundness. And there has been a line of work trying to construct loss-tolerant quantum position verification protocols. And as far as we are concerned, the state of the art is that we are able to achieve fully loss-tolerant quantum position verification protocol, meaning that this protocol will be meaningful with arbitrarily high loss rate, but they only are secure against unentangled adversaries. And on the flip side, if you think about classical communication, it is trivial to get loss tolerance, since you can just trivially repeat the protocol. And therefore, as a corollary of our work, we can get full loss tolerance against entangled adversaries, which is something is not even known for quantum protocols, meaning quantum communication protocol. And some additional advantage are the following. The first of all is that quantum communication inherently is not clonable. And so, in other words, they cannot be broadcast. So in order to perform quantum communication for cryptographic purposes, you usually need a tracking laser in order to determine where the signal needs to be going to. And this is indeed what people use for QKD between satellite and ground. And furthermore, you probably want to use position verification in a larger, for example, position-based cryptographic protocol. And the downside of quantum information or quantum communication is that they are harder to compose or less efficient. And for example, when you want to compose it with authentication. So let me quickly summarize this talk by talking about some future directions. So these include constructing higher dimensional CVPV, in particular in the three-dimensional space. And one interesting thing about classical position verification protocol is that you can always attack them inefficiently with exponential time without entanglement, or you can attack them with, okay, for some protocols, you can attack them with a small amount of entanglement and also very efficient time. So it seems like there is some kind of trade-off that it might be worth understanding better. And the third direction is that for our protocol, in order to establish security, we have to rely on the notion of unclonability, which is something that the previous talk has talked a lot about. For example, copy protection. And as a downside, this means that our protocol has to use quantum memory. So a natural question here is that whether you can come up with a CVPV without the prover requiring the prover to have quantum memory. And finally, it is interesting to see whether we can construct CVPV with weaker assumption or better models. So for example, now we know that we have certifiable randomness in Q realm without LWE. So a natural question is, can you also get CVPV in Q realm without LWE? So that's all I wanted to talk about for this talk. Thanks. And I'll take questions. Or should we just skip questions for the and move on? Okay. Okay. Is everything okay? Okay. So I guess I'll start. So so for the next talk, I'm going to talk about something a little bit different, which is this work on computational harness needed for quantum cryptography. So this is joint work with Zvika Brakersky and Ron Kennedy. Okay, so let me start by recalling the computational harness for classical cryptography, which we know is one-way functions. So these are functions that are easy to compute, but hard to invert. And we know that these functions, this object is very useful. In particular, its existence actually imply a lot of cryptography like secret key encryption, signatures, and so on. And on the flip side, almost all cryptography that is information theoretically impossible actually implies the existence of one-way function. And therefore, it seems like this object is a central object to study, at least for classical crypto. And after decades of classical cryptography research, now we understand the landscape of classical cryptography pretty well. And if we use the language of the influential Impagliazzo's work, then the world where we have one-way function is called minicrypt. So in this world, you can do the minimally possible crypto, which is still a lot, but crucially, this has the implication, which is that we are not living in the world called algorithmica, meaning P is not equal NP. And the consequence of this is that since P versus NP is a long-standing open question, there is a barrier to prove unconditionally prove the existence of one-way functions as well. And for the landscape of cryptography, there's also this world called cryptomania, where more advanced crypto might exist, like public key encryption, key exchange, so on and so forth. And we have some formal evidence showing that these kind of object maybe we cannot construct from one-way functions. And since this is a quantum cryptography workshop, we know that once we look at quantum cryptography, meaning cryptography with quantum parties, the landscape actually changes dramatically. And this is what we all know and love, which is BB84, which shows that if you have quantum communication, it's actually possible to get information to theoretically secure key exchange. And after a long line of research, last year, the work of Barczyk et al. And the work of Grillo et al., they show that assuming only the existence of quantum secure one-way functions, you can get secure multi-party computation, which is also a classically cryptomania object. Furthermore, by these three works here, now we also know that in the quantum world, it might be even plausible to get MPC without even the existence of quantum secure one-way function. And this is basically the object called a kind of quantum pseudo-randomness called pseudo-random state, or PRS for short. And we know that with these, we can construct a lot of quantum crypto like MPC signatures. But on the flip side, we have quantum oracle separations showing that it might be hard to extract one-way functions out of these protocols. And therefore, looking at all of these results, it seems that the landscape of quantum cryptography is drastically changed, and it is natural question to try to understand the quantum landscape better. And in this work, we ask the following concrete question, which is that can we still find a minimal assumption for various computational quantum cryptography? And the object that we look at is this thing called EFI, but let me first look at its classical counterpart, which we call EFID pairs. So on the high level, this is just an object that captures the notion of non-trivial computational indistinguishability, which is something that appears all over the place in cryptography. So a bit formally, this is this is an algorithm, an efficient randomized algorithm that samples one of two distributions that such that they satisfy non-trivial indistinguishability. In particular, they are statistically far, so you can inefficiently distinguish them, but for an efficient adversary, you won't be able to distinguish them. And this object is actually already studied by Gorik 30 years ago, where he also showed that it is existentially equivalent to one-way functions. And in this work, we consider the most natural analog of this object in the quantum setting. So in particular, instead of considering distributions over bit strings, now we consider distribution over quantum states, or in other words, mixed states. So everything is the same, except we swap classical algorithm with quantum algorithm, distribution with mixed states, and the rest is essentially the same. So this object is pretty natural. So a natural conjecture that you might have is that since it is so closely related to the classical notion, maybe we can immediately just port everything we know about classically to EFI as well. Unfortunately, this has several issues. First of all, we know classically that EFID is existentially equivalent to one-way functions. But on the flip side, we know that EFI cannot imply one-way functions because the PRS object that I mentioned earlier actually implies EFI. And therefore, as a consequence, you can also not construct one-way functions from EFI. And in order to prove many of the classical equivalences, you crucially need to use one-way function. But you may ask, maybe this is just an issue of how you define one-way functions. Maybe if you define one-way function in some other way, then all of this will go through. Unfortunately, there are something more fundamental. In particular, there is the issue of the fundamental difference between classical randomness and quantum randomness. In particular, classical algorithms have to take random coins as input to sample distributions, whereas quantum algorithms can just sample mixed states by themselves or using entanglement. And therefore, a lot of classical techniques will not port over. In particular, you will not be able to program randomness for a quantum algorithm. And therefore, we actually use some quantum techniques to approach EFI. So in this work, we show the minimality of EFI in a quantum world. So on one hand, we show that we know that if EFI exists, then you can already achieve a lot of strong cryptography with statistical security. These include commitments, oblivious transfer, MPC, and even quantum computational zero knowledge for all of P space. And on the flip side, we show that even for very weak variants of this cryptography, they all imply EFI. So this means that they, for example, weak means that they don't satisfy statistical security. The security is only against semi-honest adversaries, and the 2PC or CDK is only for non-trivial functionality or languages. We show that essentially all of these, even very weak crypto, will also give you EFI, and therefore EFI forms a robust equivalence with all of these quantum crypto objects. Okay, so to summarize, we show that this notion of EFI pair is existentially equivalent to various quantum cryptography in various ways. It is also very simple since there is not a lot of variance. It is a supernatural extension of something studied classically, and also immediately implied by various quantum cryptography like quantum encryption or non-trivial quantum encryption and pseudo-random state. And it also serves as the linchpin for demonstrating equivalence between quantum crypto objects. So therefore, EFI pairs are kind of like one-way function, the role that one-way functions play in the classical cryptography. So that's all I want to talk about for this talk. Thanks. Any questions? Okay, great. Thanks.
嘿嘿，It's testing, it's testing。嘿嘿嘿，有声音吗？嘿嘿嘿，
他那个是收，对，那个是发，对，没有错。
对啊，我应该会有声音过去啊。嘿嘿嘿
没有开啊。
，It's testing, testing。嘿嘿嘿，
不要再试了，用推的好不好？就直接用推的就好。好，恢复原来的状态，因为这样弄不来，时间来不及。好，你们这样搞不清楚状况，不行啊。
不是啦，督导，这些电脑我接上去，它没有反应。
现在讲这个你说讲接上去没有反应？
对啊，我笔电我接上去，它音效卡没有任何反应。
阿张，我这边是有声音，我这边丢声音过去，你有听到吗？testing， 有啊，我开啦。Cam 3，
讲话，
嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿，对吗？有吗？对。那我这样对话看看有没有？麦，嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿，嘿嘿嘿，嘿嘿，
来讲话，
嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿，
讲话，
嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿
声音
嘿，
有给我，
声音没有给我。
对。
Hello Hello，嘿嘿嘿，那他们 PA 那边声音有送吗？
没有，你这样声音是从 Frame
他没送，
会，
因为我的 Magic 是这里的，是这一排的，
对这一台的，
是这一排的。然后我现场的声音是
这样，
所以他声音没有过来，对不对？
对他声音没过来。
你讲话，他声音。
嘿嘿嘿，你那边有码表跳吗？那边投票跳。
有在跳啊。
哎嘿嘿。
要开始，要开始。
那你先帮我还原好了。
好，我没动，我没动。
让他们可以讲。
Q&A session at here. So if you have any question after each talk, please type your question on the Zoom chat if you can access to the Zoom room. Okay, so let's start the second contribute talk session. The first talk of this session is quantum advice in the quantum random worker model by Chip and Liu.
Sure.
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
fine,
sorry.
it's fine.
Sorry.
Hello. Could you help me?
Yes, Chipeng, can you hear me? No, right. Okay, so I guess we still have technical problem. We will just ask the speaker to start the talk. issue has fixed. So Chipeng, can you hear us from on-site? And so since we are behind the schedule, so let's only have one quick question, if any. Okay, if not, then let's move on to the next talk. So the next talk is quantum-proof deletion for learning with arrow, and Alexandra will give the talk online. Fatih will give a talk.
Hi, can you hear me? And the list goes on. In all of these primitives, some part of the primitive, either that be the key or the ciphertext or the program, is unclonable, which is defined with respect to the functionality. So let me recap, let me recall what the syntax looks like for copy protection. So copy protection scheme is a pair of algorithms. The first algorithm is called copy protect. It takes as input description of a classical function f, and then it outputs a copy protected program. That given a program, it's impossible to generate two programs, which could be entangled, that could each evaluate this function given an input. So in this talk, I'm focusing mostly on the feasibility of copy protection for all unlearnable functions in settings where we don't have structured oracle. So Ananth and Laplaka showed in 2021 that in the plain model, you cannot copy protect arbitrary unlearnable functions. But that still leaves it as an open question for the oracle models and so on. And we know how to achieve copy protection for certain functionalities in the random oracle model, such as compute and compare programs or single bit point functions. So the problem we would like to tackle is whether we can achieve copy protection for all unlearnable functionalities in the random oracle model. And our results is a step towards answering this question. So we show that under standard cryptographic assumptions, it's impossible to copy protect arbitrary unlearnable functions in the classical accessible random oracle model. Now, what do we mean when we say classical accessible? So ordinarily, random oracle model in the quantum setting is defined such that an oracle algorithm can make superposition queries. So you could send an arbitrary superposition over inputs x to this random function, and then you will get an answer in superposition. And one feature noteworthy of the setting is that any measurements made by the adversary A could be deferred till the end because this query process acts as a unitary and is reversible. So the deferred measurement principle applies. And this setting is justified in practice when you would like to give some code to a user and you want it to behave as a random function. So in that case, the adversary can run it in superposition. In contrast, the setting we consider in our paper is classical access. And here it's like the classical random oracle. So even though the party is quantum, it has a classical interface. It can send the classical input and receive the output. And effectively, this means that before making a query, the query register must be measured and the state must be collapsed. And this, in practice, this could apply to settings where you have a trusted hardware, which ensures the classical interface. So, as I mentioned, the work of Ananta and Laplace showed that in the plain model, copy protection is impossible. And in this work, we extend that result under the same assumptions to the classical accessible random oracle model setting. And this could be a step towards answering the question in the regular quantum random oracle model with superposition access allowed. So now that I mentioned the contribution, I will discuss the techniques we used briefly. And our proof consists of two steps, essentially. Step one is to strengthen the previous result in the plain model. So the result of Ananta and Laplace rules out copy protection under the assumption that the scheme has statistical correctness. So we extend this to approximate copy protection, where correctness is only 1 minus inverse polynomial for an average input. And second, we show that if you have this copy protection scheme in the classical accessible random oracle model, you can transform that into a scheme in the plain model, which has approximate correctness. And the two steps together shows that you have some class of functions that cannot be copy protected. So the first step, we recall that the previous result of Ananta and Laplace has a class of circuits C, which cannot be copy protected. And we use the self-reducibility technique from obfuscation literature, which essentially can be summarized as define a new class of circuits G. And what G does is it homomorphically evaluates the circuit C. And what this achieves is that you could transform average correctness of G to per input correctness of C, because a learner could homomorphically evaluate inputs of X using G. And we need to show two things. First, that the new circuit G is unlearnable given oracle access. And for this, we require malicious circuit privacy from the underlying homomorphic encryption scheme. And that was achieved in recent work under the same standard assumptions. And that says that this homomorphic evaluation we perform of C inside of G does not leak any information about the description of C. So we could reduce to the unlearnability of C. And and why is this not copy protectable? The reason is that given any copy protected program for G, we can come up with an attack which learns the description of G. So given oracle access, you cannot, but given any program, you can. And to show this, we follow the attack presented by Ananta and Laplace with a couple additional steps. So to deal with approximate correctness, we need to show that because you perform only a few evaluations, the loss stays small due to gentle measurement lemma. Right. So now for the second step, where we transform a scheme in the classical accessible random oracle model to a scheme in the plane model, we will use the techniques of a paper by Canetti, Kalai, and Panev, which showed a similar result for indistinguishable deobfuscation, that if it's impossible in the plane model, it's also impossible in the random oracle model. And the construction is that to copy protect, you run the original copy protected algorithm. And for the oracle O, the random oracle, you perform on-the-fly simulation. So this is possible for random oracles. And you run polynomially many test executions for the evaluation algorithm to record the queries made to the oracle. And you also sample some random oracle answers and output these together as your copy protected program. And one tweak we did to the technique is that the number of test executions is random. And to evaluate, you will perform the evaluation from the previous Oracle-based scheme. And to simulate the Oracle, you will use your database, which recorded some queries and answers. And if the query falls outside of your database, then you will use one of the random answers you generated. And to prove that this is secure is straightforward. So I will mention correctness. And correctness, to prove correctness, essentially amounts to showing that it's unlikely that the evaluation algorithm makes a query that wasn't in your database, but that was made by the copy protection algorithm, which causes an inconsistency in the simulation. And in Canetti et al., you have a statistical method to bound this an inverse polynomial. And there's one caveat in the quantum setting is that the queries could be maliciously generated in a way that when you do the real execution, the queries may behave strangely as opposed to the test executions. And we show that we could overcome this problem by making the number of test evaluations, test executions of the evaluation algorithm random. So even a malicious stateful evaluation algorithm cannot cause a problem. And our proof also improves the polynomial parameters we get as the correctness loss, even in the original work. So to recap, this is our result, and as future work, it would be interesting to try to adapt this proof in the superposition query setting. And there are some issues trying to do that I don't have time to mention, but perhaps some version of compressed oracles might be helpful to do the simulation correctly. And with that, I will conclude my talk and take any questions. Thank you for listening.
Thanks. Can any questions online or on site? Okay, so if not, then we'll move to the next talk. So the title of the next talk is Proofs of Quantumness from Trapdoor Permutations by Tomoyuki and Takashi. And Takashi will give a talk on site.
So thank you for introduction. So I'm Takashi, and I will talk about proof of quantumness from trapdoor permutation. So proof of contentness, POQ, is an interactive protocol between a content prover and the classical verifier, where the classical verifier wants to verify that the prover really has a content computation power. So it has to satisfy completeness, soundness. The completeness means that if the prover is content, then it can convince the verifier with probability almost 1. And at the soundness, if the prover actually only has classical computation power, then the verifier accepts with probability much more than 1. And of course, if we assume the existence of some problem that is classically hard and content easy, like factoring or discrete log, then this is trivial to achieve. In 2018, Brackett et al. Constructed a proof of content based on a completely different approach. And their construction is based on the LW assumption. And what is interesting about this construction is that LWE is believed to be hard even against quantum computers. But only assuming such hardness, they constructed POQ. And I already mentioned Brackett et al. Constructed it from a noisy trapdoor color-free function, and actually they assumed some additional property called adaptive hardcore property. And later, Kahanamak-Meyer et al. Improved the result by removing the additional property, and they showed any noisy trapdoor color-free function suffices for constructing proof of contentness. And in another work by Kala et al., they constructed proof of contentness based on quantum homomorphic encryption that supports some kind of quantum operation. And by the work by me and Chandri, we constructed POQ from random oracles. In this work, we construct proof of contentness from any full domain trapdoor permutation, where full domain means that the domain is 0, 1 to the n for some n. And our construction of POQ is the first construction from a classical assumption that does not imply collision resistance. And so the main message of this work is that collision resistance is not inherent for constructing proof of contentness. So let's move on to the technical part. So because our construction is based, the starting point of our construction is the trapdoor color-free function-based construction by Brackett et al. So let's start from this. The trapdoor color-free function is a function f from 0, 1 times 0, 1 to the n to 0, 1 to the n that satisfies these three properties. The first is that f0 dot and f1 dot are permutations over 0, 1 to the n. The second is that this is collision resistant. And third, it is efficiently invertible with trapdoor TD, which means that if we are given some image y, then you can efficiently find x0 and x1 such that f0, x0 equal f1, x1 equal y by using a trapdoor. And Brackett et al. Constructed its noisy version of trapdoor function based on LWE, but for simplicity in this talk, we just assume this ideal version. And then the Brackett et al. Construction of POQ looks like this. In the first round, the verifier generates the pair of f and trapdoor and only sends f to the prover. Then the prover generates a uniform superposition over b and x and evaluate f of bx in superposition, and then measure that register to get some classical string y. At this point, the prover's state collapses to this state, 0x0 plus 1x1, where fbxb equal y for b equals 1. And then send y to the verifier. At this point, because verifier knows trapdoor, it can recover x0 and x1. And then the verifier sends challenge bit c, and depending on the value of challenge bit, the prover measures its internal state in standard or Adamar basis, and simply send the measurement outcome to the verifier. And then, by some simple calculation, we can show that the measurement outcome satisfies these equations with probability 1. And so if the quantum prover honestly run this protocol, then it can pass the verification with probability 1. On the other hand, Braketsky et al. Shows that classical prover cannot pass this verification with probability significantly larger than 1/2 if we assume some assumption. And in this protocol, this is a 4-round protocol, but we focus on the first 2 rounds of this protocol. Then we can view these 2 rounds as a kind of remote state preparation protocol. So for remote state preparation protocol, we require the following 2 properties. As completeness, we require that at the end of the protocol, the prover gets state of the form 0x0 plus 1x1, and verifier gets both x0 and x1. And as security, we require that if prover is classical, then it cannot know x0 and x1 simultaneously. And in this view, what Braketsky et al. Essentially proved is that remote state preparation with some additional adaptive hardware property implies proof of quantumness. And the follow-up work by Hanam Meyer et al. Essentially proved that any remote state preparation protocol that satisfies these 2 properties can be used to construct proof of quantumness. So for constructing proof of quantumness, we only have to construct remote state preparation that satisfies these properties. And but at first glance, in this construction of remote state preparation, the collision resistance seems inherent. However, our idea is to use statistically hiding and computationally binding commitment instead of collision resistant hashing. But by the computational binding property of the commitment, we can ensure that one cannot find randomness x0 and x1 such that com0 with randomness x0 equal com1 with randomness x1. On the other hand, the statistical hiding property ensures that such x0 and x1 exist. So we can regard these x0 and x1 as a kind of collision. And a good news is that interactive statistically hiding commitments exist, assuming only one-way permutation or even one-way functions. So if we can use such a commitment instead of collision resistant hash function, I mean, if we can use commitment based on such a from one permutation to one function, we can avoid collision resistance. And this is idea. And more precisely, our idea is like this. Our idea is to run interactive commitments in superposition. So what does it mean? So first, quantum prover generates a uniform superposition over message and randomness. And then the prover and verifier run the interactive statistically hiding commitment protocol in superposition, where whenever a prover has to send some commitment message, the message of the commitment protocol, it measures the corresponding register and sends the classical message. And at the end of the protocol, we get some classical transcript T. At this point, the prover's internal state collapses to this state, where R0T is a set of randomness that is consistent to the message 0 and transcript T, and R1T is similar for the message 1. And this is somehow similar to what we want, but still doesn't give what we want. And there are at least 2 problems. And the first problem is that the final state of the prover is of this form, but this is what we want is that the prover gets 0x0 plus 1x1. But the problem is that R0T and R1T may contain more than one element. And to resolve this problem, we use a commitment protocol by Naor et al., which we call NOVY protocol, which is based on one-way permutation. And we observe that in NOVY protocol, randomness is unique if we fix the corresponding message and transcript. So if we use this NOVY protocol, then the final state of the prover should be 0x0 plus 1x1 as desired. And the second problem is that as a completeness of the RSB remote state preparation protocol, the verifier has to know both x0 and x1. But if we simply use NOVY, it cannot know that. And the solution is to use trapped permutation instead of one-way permutation in the NOVY protocol. And we let verifier sample the permutation with trapdoor. And then the verifier knows the trapdoor, so it can recover both X0 and X1. And based on this idea, so our remote state preparation is like this. So in the first phase, the verifier generates a trapdoor permutation F along with the trapdoor TD and sends the F to the prover. And then the prover generates the superposition of randomness for the NOVY protocol and simply run the NOVY protocol in superposition. And the detail of this protocol is not very important. And what is important is that at the end of the protocol, the quantum prover gets a superposition of the form x0 plus x1, where x0 is a preimage of y0 and x1 is a preimage of y1. And because the verifier knows trapdoor, verifier can recover both x0 and x1. So this protocol satisfies the completeness as remote state preparation protocol. And on the other hand, we have to ensure that if P is classical, it cannot know both x0 and x1 simultaneously. And we observe that this can be directly reduced to the computational binding property of the underlying NOVY commitment protocol. And so we get RSP from trapdoor permutation. And as I already said, such a RSP implies proof of quantumness. So we get proof of quantumness from trapdoor permutation. So this is a summary of our work. So first, we construct RSP from trapdoor permutation. And the main idea is to run NOVY commitment protocol in superposition. And based on existing result, we get POQ from RSP, and other result, we get proof of quantumness from trapdoor permutation. And finally, let me mention several open problems. The first open problem is to weaken the assumption. So in our work, we assume the existence of trapdoor permutation. But the only known construction of trapdoor permutation is based on the hardness of factoring. But if you assume the hardness of factoring, then you can simply rely on the Schwarz algorithm to get proof of quantumness. So it will be very nice if you can weaken the assumption to trapdoor function instead of trapdoor permutation, because we have more candidate constructions for trapdoor function. And the second open problem is to extend to satisfy randomness by quantum computation or classical verification of quantum computation. And we observe that the existing construction of these primitives are based on some kind of remote state preparation implicitly. So it may be possible to generalize our construction to achieve them. But we observe that for achieving this, we at least first need to show post-quantum security of NOVY commitment protocol. And we think this is already challenging and very interesting problem. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, so any question from online or on site? Try to set up. Okay, so we will move to the second, the final talk of this session. Yeah, so the title of the last talk is From the Hardness of Detecting Superpositions to Cryptography, Quantum Public Key Encryption and Commitment by Miki, Tomoyuki, and Takashi. And Miki will give the talk.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Min-Kyan from KIAS, Korean version of IAS. And today I'll talk about the new quantum search to decision reduction and its application to the quantum cryptography. This talk is based on the joint work with Tomoyuki Morima and Takashi Amakawa. Okay, let me start from our main contribution. Okay, I think our main contribution is to provide a new quantum search to decision reduction. This reduction is based on the recent work of Aronson, Attia, Susskind, whose original motivation is from the quantum gravity and foundation of quantum physics, which is completely irrelevant to the cryptography. However, we found that it has a simple and interesting property, and it can be viewed as a quantum search to decision reduction. So, and because of this simplicity, we found that similar ideas already appeared in many previous work and some concurrent work. To show the usefulness of this reduction, we found some interesting applications of this reduction to quantum cryptography. For example, we construct a new public encryption based on non-abelian group action, which was an open problem posed in 2019, and we found an efficient flavor conversion of quantum bit commitment. And previously, actually, it will be presented in Friday by Jan. Previously, there is a multiplic factor of lambda square, but we have only additive factor. The second result is a similar research is recently done by the other researchers. Okay, let me try to convey some technical parts. Our primary state is this two state, superposition of alive and dead cat. But we have a difference in the phase, plus and minus, and our primary task is to distinguish these two cases. The main result of Aronson and Atias-Skint is show that the task to distinguish two states is equivalent, computationally equivalent to swap these two states. I mean, swapping the dead cat to alive and alive cat to dead. Okay. Or in other words, observing the interference between alive and dead is equivalent to the swapping alive and dead. I actually show that this equivalence holds for fine-grained setting. I mean, if it can distinguish two states with advantage delta, then there is some other quantity delta for the swapping unitary. Furthermore, this equivalence is very tight. And actually, the proof is very simple. And this kind of circuits are already known and used in many other work. I do not do this calculation here, but the proof can be done by straightforward calculation. And this theorem implicitly says that detecting superposition of microscopic state like a Schrödinger cat, it's very hard because it implies that this detection implies that the resurrecting of a dead cat to the alive cat, which is impossible in real world. So it is a necromancy hard problem. Okay, let me try to give a formal statement of this result. The theorem of AAS. We have two orthogonal states x and y, and their uniform superposition psi and pi with the difference in the phase. Then the theorem says that swapping unitary is equivalent to the distinguishing unitary in this sense. So we can show we can show that we can see that this theorem is actually very relevant to the search and decision problem. I mean, swapping problem is the problem to find y given x or find x given y. And the distinguishing task is to apparently the decision problem. Our given state is psi or pi. So this theorem is exactly the search decision reduction. I think this is our main message. AAS theorem is a new kind of quantum search decision reduction. Because of, as I said, this is very simple. So there are many work use the similar idea in literature, like quantum Goldrich-Rubin theorem and some technical lemmas in collapsing or collapse binding literatures. We further found some new application in quantum graphy, which I will present now. Okay, to move some technical part, I need to introduce the group action. Group action is the operation, binary operation between group and set, and output is the set, and satisfy some conditions. To be used for cryptographic setting, we assume the one-wayness or pseudo-randomness of group action. Actually, this formalization is this is the formalization of isogeny-based cryptography if we use the abelian group. However, in 2019, some researchers suggest that if we use the non-abelian group action, then it may be interesting because non-abelian group action is known to be hard in some sense. However, to construct the PKE from non-abelian group action is an apparent open problem. And our answer to this question is it is possible to construct using the AES equivalence theorem, albeit with quantum ciphertext. Our basic idea is simple. Just encode the bit B in the pace. I mean, to encode 0, we use the plus pace, and to encode 1, we use the minus pace. Then, if we use the ciphertext of the form like this, then to distinguish phi 0 and phi 1 is equivalent to finding a map from S to GS, which may be hard because it is kind of node G and maybe breaking the one-wayness. However, there are some technical difficulty for realizing this. For example, we don't know how to construct these states or somewhat difference between the notion of one-wayness. So our main idea is to use somewhat different but similar idea. And we show that this construction is really easy to constructable, and we show that this scheme is in the CPA secure if the underlying group action is pseudo-random. One may think that, of course, I mean, to base the security on the one-way group action, we show somewhat different thing. I mean, this scheme is in the CPA secure if the underlying group action is one-way, or we can construct the one-shot signatures from the group action if this in this CPA scheme is broken. This result is inspired by win-win result of Jandry quantum lighting paper. Okay, to move the commandment scheme, we should say some more about the AES equivalence theorem. As you can see in the circuit, this circuit has some locality preserving property. I mean, if the unitary map A do not act on some qubits, then the resulting U also do not act on the same qubits, and the vice versa. Furthermore, we show that even if the A and U has some ancillary qubits, the equivalence hold with somewhat slightly worse bound. Okay, based on this observation, we can show conversion between the quantum bit commitment. Okay, we use the canonical quantum bit commitment of recent result of Yan. Canonical quantum bit commitment says that sender just construct some quantum state in the register C and R and send the register C as a commitment. Then in the opening phase, it sends a register R. Okay. In this template, the hiding and binding property have somewhat locality feature. I mean, hiding says that if we say phi 0 and phi 1 to be the commitment states of 0 and 1, hiding says that phi 0 and phi 1s are hard to distinguish by applying a unitary over C. I mean, just a commitment register. And the binding security says that phi 0 and phi 1 are hard to swap by only applying the unitary over the register R. However, if we construct the state superposition of them, then distinguish the superposition is okay. The AES theorem says that the distinguishing of psi 0 and psi 1 by unitary over R is equivalent to the swapping of phi 0 and phi 1 by applying the unitary over R, which is exactly the binding security of the original scheme. Actually, we don't know that phi 0 and phi 1 is orthogonal, so we need some technical difference like, so we consider this scheme, which is only slightly different. But with this scheme, we can show that the swapping and hiding and binding properties interchanged from the original scheme. Actually, almost the same construction is suggested by Gunshu, Ma, and Chandri recently. Yeah, and as you can see, this compiler is very simple. So this is our result. We present a new quantum search decision reduction based on the equivalence theorem of AAS and show its power by giving some new applications. Okay, thank you. Is there any questions?
Yep. Yeah. Any questions online or on site?
So you refer to the win-win result by January. So as far as I remember, the win-win result is not the standard notion of kind of one-winness. So infinitely often notion. So in your result, it's also for infinitely often one-winness.
Yes, actually I omitted the detail here, but our results also have a similar flavor to the Chandri's original result, like infinitely often or something like that. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, so let's thank all the speakers of this section again. Yeah, so the lunch is served outside, and I think the afternoon session will start at 1:30.
Maybe I
声音听说他们是硬切的，所以他们还要修正。然后影像的话还是不太行，影像他们
不够，480P。
他的那个 slide 很模糊，
slide 一整模糊，
对对对，
是交织不到，但是